Okay, I'm just going to start the stream a couple of minutes early because I can't be fucked. Getting distracted. So, I was digging around in the data files, and I found these treasure tables, which effectively declare the shack initial scavenging loot. And this appears, from my reading of it and like looking into the items that can spawn, to be the like the probabilities that different cells spawn like different loot. Because I was going like, how the hell does it know what loot to spawn kind of thing of like what are the odds that a cell is lootable? Because at the moment I think every single cell I have is lootable, which is kind of fun. So when we go into here, no, apparently none of the cells are lootable. I need to also fix the UI. I was thinking about it before. The reason the UI is shrunk like that is so that I don't have to I need to find a better spot for my microphone because putting it right there means I either don't see the chat or I have to like make the text wider so I can see into the side panel. Tell me like screens, common UI. The common UI is 100% width, and we could probably just leave the margins as are. And then that, if I remember correctly, should make the UI at least take up the full screen. Hopefully the stream is not dropping off the frames. Good. Okay. Yeah, so so at the moment, apparently I've disabled the piece of code that added, like, it made every single thing a loot tile, which was kind of funny, but also, you know, annoying. So I don't know if that's going to get distracting or whether I should turn that off, but anyway. At the moment, apparently nothing is loot, which I find weird, because I thought one of the things that I did now, annoyingly, it's one of those the loot tables kinds of things. So, because I'm going to have to hard code some stuff. I feel like this stuff should also be moved inside of like a sub thing of being like, because having these all here means that like it's really hard to separate what's me extracting stuff out of things and what's actually like related to the game kind of stuff, if that makes sense. Right. So I think that the main thing is we need to have like a loot table. I don't want to do everything as items like they've done. I actually do want to split some stuff up, but it's just certain items that need to be like split. So we're going to be like loot table. Loot tables. Something like that. I think I need to make a new folder in here and call it like extracts. So the images can come out because the images are actually going to be images, but like things like the IDs and the factions can come out because I think that factions, again, that's probably how I'm just going to format the factions. Creatures, they might need to be a bit reformatted, but again, probably going to be how they get left. So IDs is probably going to go into extracted. Extracts. Images can say images. Item groups. So attack. You go into extract, sorry, not. Treasure. Traits. Okay, so traits is fine because I think traits is actually me doing that. Treasure. Nothing's in raw. Something's still creating raw, I believe, because I think I have to leave that before anyway. So we have our. Well, why is this broken? Strange. Alright, so our treasure. How could I do that? Treasure goes into extracts. Profiles. Loot tables is what I'm working on now. Items, item groups. These also go into extracts. I guess we should put all of the things into extracts that come from the extracts. So factions. They should all go in there. And then we should go into the extraction thing, which is somewhere down here, extract data. We're going to find all instances of God, there's just so much shit. Okay, so assets/IDs. So we're gonna find everywhere that we go to dot the assets, paste that in there, and then replace it with that slash bbg slash what do I call it? Extract. ext rac. Right. So the main reason we're doing that is just so that everything ends up in here when I hit the extract thing. Okay. And then I can like manually go in and pull out the stuff that I actually want, possibly. So we want to go like treasure. Maybe not. Anyway, we're gonna go to loot table. We're gonna go like a new file. Loot them. Hex. What are these scavenge chance? Maybe. Maybe like grass. Grass dot. Something like that. Then we need to go back into like data here. Treasure. So that's called field. Right. And then we're just gonna quickly go back and go, okay, so it's rubble, there's like 575 to 581. So 575. Okay, cool. To 581. So we just copy those, and then we perhaps away the treasure, and we paste them in here, and we just go, okay, paste you in here. Oh, this isn't the field, so that's the cryo facility. Rubble, suburb, forest, field. Right, and paste you in there. Tab. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to go about this, but basically somewhere in we have here, like we had like a looting thing, creatures, players, it's like kind of map looting. Right, so like can loot is just a flag. Because I kind of want the looting to be done separately, mostly just because the looting feels a bit weird. So you have probably a resource called like a pub struct. Scavenge. Alright, that's not spelled correctly. Scavenge table. Something like that. And then we want to come in here and we got to restructure this so that it's the right size. So initial scavenge locations. So let's rename this to like initial locations. And this is going to be an item open field with a 10% chance of spawning 1 to 1. Okay. So making this as a data structure. You would, in theory, be more like this. Right. So you'd be more like this. So it's going to be like name, field, initial locations, something like that. Except it would be like open, comma, comma. Something like that, I think. How do I make a file a ROM? So we're going to go back to here. We're going to go Rust. I don't know, let's have VS Code. Make file extension. Use other extensions. I don't remember what it's called. Okay, make file extension, use language syntax. Highlighting. Alright, so it's something like up here. We have to go new folder dot VS Code new file settings dot JSON, and then inside here do something like this, and like file dot associations, anything dot wildcard dot scavenge. What does it look like? It's like assets. Name dot scavenge. Dot scavenge files are wrong. Okay, that should mean that when we go back to our file, it is nicely lit up, saying so name is a string. Its name is field. Its initial location is an item open field. So an open field. The annoying thing with this is an open field is an item thing. Not really an item, it's more like just field. Something like that. So it's like a loot location. Somehow we'll have to come up with a... At some point we have to declare field, but we can also... Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm getting lots of viewers tonight. This is interesting. I haven't had a stream this popular in a while. So... Alright. So this is like what our file's going to look like. So then we have to go back to like looting or whatever it is. Map. Looting. So this means that our scavenging table looks like this. Name, which is just going to be a string. And and then was it initial locations or whatever I called it? Initial locations, which is then going to be a vector that's going to be something like we'll just call it like pubstruct location chance. So you're doing something like this, and you're going to have a item which I guess needs to, well, maybe a scavenge location. Scav. Okay, scavenge tables. So scavenge. So like struct. So scavenge location. Which I think is just going to be something like that. And so your item will be a handle to a scavenge location. Which means that you get to be an asset. So to like derive asset new. And then your location channel. Right. And then you also need to be derived asset like that, so that you're allowed to be a handle, and then you need to also be, I guess, type path, and you're also type path. Right. So with that, we have a scavenge location, which is going to have a name as well, which is string. You'll have like loot tables and stuff like that. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work like just yet, but anyway, so then you have the item, you have the chance, which is an F32, and what was the other thing? A quantity or a range. Amount, which is then just a range. Core range U32? No, something like that. So you need to be probably have a custom serializer. Fuck that up. You need a derive serialize, deserialize. Okay, apparently you're also going to get a custom fucking serializer and deserializer. Okay. It's not the hardest thing in the world. Bit of a pain in the ass. So you implement serialize, you implement serialize. Do your own thing entirely. Honestly, I don't think we're going to implement serialize view. I'm going to manually implement deserialize view, I guess. Deserialize for location. Something like this, something like to do. Okay, can I then like deserialize on you because this has its own deserialize. All right, now we need to write a test, I guess, and be like fn. So this is a test deserialize. Test. So we grab this, we go this, we this, we go. We give you a capital F field because it's nicer. We go back to looting. We're gonna go struct. We're gonna say let okay. Let res equal ron deserialize from str. So this is our string. Correct. You don't like that because hash like that. You're saying you don't have type. That's easy to fix. You deserialize it into a table. Right, and then we want to assert yes, we dot unwrap on you because if it, and then we assert equal res dot name and field and then we're going to assert equal res dot initial locations vec what's it called? It's like a scavenge table. Oh, this is like a loop chain, location chain. Item, which is going to be a that's annoying. Yeah, so we can't really use a handle. I'd love to use a handle. But as soon as I use a handle, it breaks everything. It's so annoying. I can definitely do something like that. Then you'd have to do it like a custom thing of being like I said when I deserialize you, I say deserializer deserialize unit struct tuple struct deserialize tuple 3 and I have to have a custom visitor. Look, it's out of hand. I'm just gonna leave you alone for now. Okay. Yeah, we just don't get deserialized. There you go. So we need to have something that's like impl loot. Oh, it's like a struct. Loot table loader. Then we import asset loader for loot table loader, your asset type that you're allowed to load is a scavenge table. Your settings is no settings. Your error is a static string, I guess. So I can return anything I like, and then we're going to say extensions. Your extension is dot scavenge. And then FM load and then like to do. Okay, apparently async to do. Not like that. Yeah. Loot table loaded as okay. Okay. Derive type up. That does that, does that, does this, does that. Okay, so can loot adds the icon. I think we need like a better way of creating tile, I guess. Because I would want like can loot to be a scavenge table. Brian, why are you like this? We need like a something that's like obstruct loot locations. Like scavenge locations, which this is then just like a vector of handles to scavenge location. Derive debug. No, derive component. Then you're going to require can loot. Right. The can loot just does the little icon. So apparently can loot doesn't have default. It's fine. Not debug default. Default, please. Thank you. So okay, so that works. That works. And so you have the scavenge location. Scavenge location is saying it's defined. Okay. Scavenge locations, which then has a scavenge location. So we're gonna need like a plugin, looting plugin, because it's gonna need to initialize a whole bunch of shit. We need to go like app.init resource looting. No, scavenge location. Oh, resource init asset. Init asset. Scavenge location. Something like that. So we have our scavenge location. Asset initiated. So we need to go up a level and go, okay, so mod here, we need to be like app.add plugins looting plugin. That okay, so that gives us our looting plugin. Now, my concern is that when we load the world and stuff like that, it's going to do a bunch of weird shit about the asset loading and stuff like that, because it's going to have to have finished loading all the assets before we're allowed to generate the world, which is going to cause issues, I think. So open world, and open world does opening world stuff, and then the new world stuff, and then we say, hey, spawn test world, and that new requires that loads a path. This one, okay, so read commands.insert resource world terrain generator. Yeah. Oh, that's new with a C. This one's the new. Okay. Right, there's a reason we read the data here. This is a new Neo sampler. So I guess we have to like gen loot or something, don't we? These are all my hexagon tiles. Somewhere in here, I think they have their like thing of hexagon tiles. It's not gonna be images, it's gonna be data. Hexagon types. Name, description, terrain cost, visibility limit. Scavenge items per hour. Hexagon type. They're plains, flat grasslands. Scavenge items, okay. So scavenge internal ID. Min range, max range. Oh. I don't actually know what this is referring to. It's, assumption is some kind of random generation thing. 3 to 15, 4 to 15. Interesting. Right. Anyway, so we go back to here and go. When we scavenge a location, we need to have like maybe a pub struct spawn loot. Pub struct gen locations, and then there's going to be a handle to a scavenge table, something like that. I guess then you can be public, like so, and then when we can go when we generate the map. Why do we even do that? Map. God, I'm so lost in my own code. You sample something. Okay, this is gentile stuff, and then gentile, and then gentile. Alright, these hexagon types. I do call it grass, so I should rename this to grass. Rename you to grass too. And then we're gonna, yeah, okay. So what this will do is it will Where the fuck I'm generating the world? World gen? Alright, and then we spawn the test world, and then we sample all these. Okay, so I'm gonna say sprite. Image, hexagons. There's a texture atlas to get the hexagons. Okay. Map, spawn. So you need to be like gen locations, and then we're gonna go like you don't have access to the asset server. Asset. Something like that. We're going to grab the asset server, then we're going to go to here, and gen location, we're going to say asset server.load, and then it's going to be like format. And then you're going to be grass scavenge initial location. So we're going to like load, and it's going to like load loot table start / dot gav, which is then going to be how do we pick the hex type? I think the ID is the hex cell, and then this is the hex type, which is to say hexes. This is spawning the test map. This is not where we want to be anyway. I'm gonna cut this out. This one's just random. This is the one that actually samples things. Now, why do you have a problem with this? Because gen location isn't a component. What you're saying? Right. Okay. So we're gonna derive component. Right. So you get that. So you're the one that needs access to the asset server. Red. I should probably delete the test map one so I don't fucking do that again. Where, for some reason, we have a map that was like basically completely random. Right, and then you are the hexagon type, which is apparently not clone or copy. Annoying. Oh no, it just doesn't implement display. Okay, that's fine. Because I'm kind of lazy to do that. What the fuck are you doing? Which is open world. Alright. So when we do that, it's not entirely clear what it's doing. It's always fun. So we have somewhere, wherever the fuck I just was. So we're attaching a gen location component to it and then like loading the loot table. So that should mean that like it's gonna load like we'll queue up the loot table to be loaded a lot. And then inside of looting, we're gonna go something like fn spawn loot locations, right? Which is going to work basically along the lines of tiles populated, which is going to be we need entity gen loot gen locations. Then we need like commands as well, because commands is gonna he's gonna let us remove the component when we're done, and also insert the component when we're done the other way. So scavenge locations, you public, I guess. So gen location has a scavenge table, which means that we need to say tables. It's going to then be like a res assets scavenge location. No, scavenge table. Right. So the scavenge tables like that. And then we're going to go for entity location in tiles. All right. I'm going to say let okay. Well, no, so let some table equals tables dot get, and then I guess a reference to location dot 0. Else continue. So this is scavenge table not loaded. Right, put that there. So then we have the table, and then we can I guess look at the table and we can roll some dice. I guess, I don't know. So this just says for load in table dot initial locations. So I guess we do need access to maybe the seed. Maybe. So I mean, each gen location should have tile. Fucking hex tile. Hex cell. The hex cell is the location that we are, and then also the seed. So we need to get the seed from somewhere. So I don't remember how the seed works. I feel like we want to say, like, where does this world gen stuff come from? That's on the side of hexagons, I think. So great hexagons, assets, examples. Something has a seed, I'm sure. Yeah, something has a seed. Map. No, what? Where am I even doing world gen? World gen's in here, which uses this, which is the Neo sampler, which has a gen. World gen. How do you initialize that fucking thing? I need to get the fucking seed off of you somehow. So it's not you, it's over here maybe. When we go new, we instantiate you with a seed somehow. Brain generate. What do we do with the seed? Right, we pass the seed into here, which is the sampler. Make me think you probably need a seed. Well, maybe I would have made a pub seed, which is then going to be a U32, I guess. Do that. Okay. So the issue with that one is, okay, so we need to give you a seed, which is going to be seed. Like so, and then you dereference seed, and then you, on the other hand, you're going to say let seed equal It's gonna be a little bit weird because we're just gonna go generate a random seed. And then we're gonna modify this and we're just gonna say commands.trigger open world request new seed random. So the idea is that if you don't specify a seed, we just call random on your seed. We just give a seed and then call that because it's about like not having code duplication. The idea is that when you say new, I pick a seed and then call seeded anyway. Saves having to make sure that I put it in the right spots. Anyway, so now we have the seed there. That means that when we come down to here, we can say, I completely forgot where we were. Got to bring that in. Not new. It's in like Wogen. Up here. World terrain generator. Terrain. Res. World terrain generator. I think maybe they should be their own thing. Actually, yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go up a layer. We're gonna just make a new resource. So you don't have a seed, but we're gonna have a world seed. We initialize you with the seed. We're also gonna say commands.insert resource world seed, which is just gonna be seed. Like so, and then we're just gonna have a new resource at the bottom here. It's gonna be like pub struct world seed, which is then gonna just be a u32 u32. It needs to be a resource derived resource, something like that. Something like that. So you're missing the field seed because yeah, we're going to say that you don't have a seed anymore. You just choose generator. If we need the seed, we'll get the world seed. We say world seed. Right. So then we're going to say for entry and location in tiles. And then... So I think what that means, we're going to go into here. We're going to go for each of these tiles. We need your location. I guess we'll just call it ID. So then what we do is we come down here and we say let RNG equal rand RNG seed no RNGs. Guess we'll call it standard RNG. Strong, fast, non-portable RNG. The standard RNG are generated with the following Assist RNG. The structure is also available. Okay. Cha 20. Okay. RNG. from seed, and then your seed is apparently a const value. We're gonna rename it to seed like that. Then we go here and we say like seed dot 0 as dot 2 beginning bytes. Mismatch type expected array of size 16, found array of size 4. Okay. Let seed equal seed dot 0 dot 2 big endian. Right, no, 2 big endian bytes, which is going to give us a 4. And we want to let seed equal. Okay, so I guess what that translates to is as Q128, right, and then you would be seed to big endian bytes. Okay, that works. So then we would say ord with id dot q shifted 32, ord with id dot r shifted 64. As by U128. Then you're the same as U128. Okay, so something. So that should then give us a unique seed for every location. We get our RNG. We're going to say mute RNG. And we say for location in table initial locations. Getter, I guess. I'm allowed to parent and consume it. That's fine. So the way that works is it's just a chance. I'm pretty sure all of them are just chances. Like they're all just AND chances. So we're going to say if RNG dot random bool. So returns P with probably P being true. Okay, so then we say location dot chance. I hate that you have to take an F64 anyway. F64 apparently. Then we say random chance. If the chance exceeds, then we say let q equals random range, and the range is location dot amount, and then we say like 4 in 0.q. I guess we have to go up here and be like let mute do all this after we get the table, because if the RNG is expected to make, there's no point. So do this and this and say locations equals a vector new, and then we say locations dot push location dot item dot clone, something like that. And then we come down here. Wait, why can you not clone this? Don't clone that then. And then we say if locations dot len greater than 0 commands dot entity entity dot insert looped table loading. What? What's it called? It's called scavenge locations. Scavenge locations is then locations. That. Then we're gonna go down here. We're gonna say commands dot remove. So entity equals commands dot entity like that. We make it immutable, and then we say if it's 0, insert entity, and then we go entity dot remove gen locations. Okay, so we're gonna go up here. We're gonna go app dot add system to update. There. Right. So basically, if there's any cells that have a gen location attached to them, we will attempt to load that location, and then I guess effectively paste it in saying that we tried to load it. This is just going to panic, isn't it? Yeah. As it tries to load. All right. So we have to like load the scavenge tables, which is going to be like, okay, so data equals string new. Then we're going to say reader dot read to string mute data. Right. If data dot is empty, return error, no data found. Right. Failed to read to string. Perfect. You just need to be again to do so you don't keep yelling at me that things are fucking wrong. Okay, so nose is itchy as hell. We read the data from the file. I'm doing great. Sorry, I was not paying attention to chat. Got about 5 minutes later, reading your message. I'm doing well. This is weirdly one of the most successful streams I've done in a while. Probably because it's a Saturday in America, I think, or is it? Yeah, it's Sunday morning maybe. I was streaming yesterday, which would have been a Saturday, and I only had like 4 consistent viewers. Now I've got like I've got 10 at the moment, and it's been that pretty consistently for like the last hour. I was like, this is actually a very popular stream apparently. Alright, so if data is empty, we return, and we're going to say let mute d0 equals, I'm going to say like, I want to say ron deserializer from stir, and I want to pass in data, and I just want to unwrap everything because I can't be bothered. Right, so then we have the let mute deserializers to say, can I do fancy things? Can I be like des dot, I can end it. Span error, can I deserialize? No. I want to know, there's like a way that you can like request it turn into a map or something. I wish. I actually don't think there's any way of doing that. I guess if you go use serde deserializer, it would be like deserializer dot. Yeah, so you can like deserialize map. The annoying thing is you have to give it a visitor, which means I have to write a visitor to do it. V, and then in the deserializer takes a map. Because then I could go to that, and then I can deserialize key value pairs, which is just so much easier to do. Whatever. Um, 30 deserializer. It takes in V, doesn't it? Ah, no, it's a visitor, isn't it? D visitor for. I want to say scavenge table. Would you like that? I remember there being some kind of weird like thing you could do where you could be like cheeky with it and be like, oh, I pass in the thing itself as the deserializer. So then you have all these types, and the value is going to be self, right? So I could just be like, hey, if I just pass this to you, just deserialize it, please. Expect formatter dot write string expect map visit map. Right? Yeah, okay. Then we have map access, and then we can say like to do like that. And then we go, I don't think it works very well. Like map dot. Well, we could do struct. How is it laid out in our assets? So actually, it's expecting a struct. So instead of map, we can say expected struct. And then we come here, we say visit struct. So the sequence, sum, stir, string, new type struct, borrowed string, byte. Is it new type struct? Cool. Well, this just gives me access to a deserializer, which is not exactly what I would want. Excuse me. Unclear. Deserialize struct. Sorry. D des dot tuple string struct. Yeah, deserialize struct. There's just a thing. And we deserialize struct. Which takes in the V and the visitor. Where do you use the visitor? Range map access, new start end field. So this is inside of ROM. Handle struct after name. This does weird stuff about range to map access. And this is field and end and last. So then when you get to here, you pass in the visitor again. And then we visit map. Comma separated, new. Transmitter struct self error. But how do you get the field names? Because I'm almost certain you can't deserialize a string while you're inside a map, because it'll just yell at you and say that's not a string. So if I said deserializer, so it is a visit map, I'm pretty sure. Fn visit map. We want to like print line. I guess we panic. Panic. Visiting map. Right. I'm pretty sure we want to deserialize a struct. Your name was scavenger table. Your fields are who knows? These two. So name and initial location. And then your visitor is the scavenge table default. String default and initialized location is just a vector. New. I don't know. So you need to be a reference to a fucking set string. I don't think this is going to work, but anyway. Let right, sure. Can you just like dot unwrap? Thank you. Who knows what this is going to do? So it should, in theory, try to load a whole bunch of files that aren't going to exist, and then the ones that do exist, which is just grass, is going to crash immediately on grass. And it won't crash the game though, because of Bevy does that, where apparently if you have it already running, it doesn't like it. Anyway. Yeah, it won't crash the game because the a file loader crashing is considered a soft crash, so it just prints it in the console. So we have to hit play. Oh no, apparently that's a hard crash. Why did that hard crash? It said something cannot allocate an asset handle of type because the asset type has not been initialized. Okay. Sure, but why wasn't initialized? So I'm pretty sure if we go back into our loop table and we go to map, we go, okay, so this gets got because that's how we get here, but then we go, hey, can you add the plugin, the looting plugin, and then this initializes a scavenge location. Oh, right, app.init asset scavenge table on that. Come on. Hit play. Okay, so nothing worked because it's thrown a lot of errors. I'm surprised that nothing actually spawned because these errors should, in theory, work. Cannot find asset loader matching. Right. Yes. Okay, good. Well, not good, but okay. So app.init. I guess we could add insert asset register asset loader, and this is going to be a scavenge table. Scavenge loader. What's it? What did I call it? Loot table loader. I kind of wish that they didn't force you to tell them what type of asset that they return, so that you could, in theory, have like an asset loader that could load multiple types of assets. You can still technically do that, but I think it has to return like a handle, and that handle then has to be responsible for other things. Anyway, we click play. We go, okay, so path not found. Da 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 da. Then it said failed to load asset scavenge with asset loader, failed to read to string. Wait, really? Huh. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sure. You just panic, and then we just do that, and we go okay. So try running that again. So what happened is I just didn't wait for it to finish. So I didn't stop and wait for it to load anything, and it didn't like that. Okay. We hit play. We go okay. So it definitely did something. It said IO thread panicked at here, which is hey, we visited a map. That's good to know. Can we say map dot next key string dot unwrap let key equals key. What I'm hoping here is that if I visit this key as a string, it'll spit out a key. I guess dot unwrap it like that. Now, whether it's going to be a key or not, I don't know, but because that's my annoyance with Ron, is that I think Ron considers it invalid to try and get access to a string, but maybe not. Maybe like that's the whole thing. Is like when you're inside of the map stuff, it will work. But okay, visitor name. Wait, really? Huh. Okay. So we say while let some field equals map dot next key. I guess we can just say stir. We can question mark to bubble it up. We can then match field, and we say if field is name, we do this. If field is whatever the other fucking thing was called, initialize location, we do this. And then otherwise we return, we have access to self, technically. Because that means we get self, which means we can just return okay self. Like so, and then if we get to here, sure, and we need to like underscore the rest. Like that, maybe. So this would then be self dot name equals map dot next value string question mark. Okay, and then this is where things get interesting, because this is where we would say I don't actually know. Well, you'd be a sequence of something. Vector field 0, 1 to 1. Not entirely sure. So it'd be like map dot next value self dot location equals this, but like we need to tell you that you're the next value thing, which then needs that to be the, okay, so that would be a vector. I think I can do it with a seed as well, because this just calls next value with seed, and then this calls next value seed, where seed is v, where v is v value return. What is v? Deserialize the seed. Interesting. That's the annoying thing, is I would want this to return size hint. If no, I don't care about that. Yeah, I don't know how to get access to the thing to just pull out, like, hey, I want to pull out the next fucking tuples worth of shit. Like, I would want to say next value, and then I wish I could just say like, hey, and that next value is just going to be a string an f32 and a range u32. Man, that would be nice. Well, I mean, can I just do that? Can I say like struct in lock, something like that, which then is just going to be a we used a tuple, it's just going to be string f32 range u32, and then you just derive deserialize, something like that. Apparently range ranged d okay. u32 and then we want to pull this out and say that this is a init lock. Do that. Sorry, it'd be a vec of an init lock, which is then going to be wrong, right? But then we can say like let look equal that, and then we go for lock in lock. And we say we can somehow convert this into a location chance. We can't, because we would need access to a specific visitor thing. We need access to the asset server somehow, which we don't have, because then we could load the corresponding asset files. Damn it, so close. So we would need to have a yeah, we need access to the asset server to give it an asset loader, to an asset visitor. or whatever that other thing was. And again, I mean, the cheaty way around that would just be to say you, we like do like struct table asset, which is then a name, which is a string, and an initial location, which is a vector of string f32, u32, u32. This needs to then derive serialize, no, deserialize that. And then we go here and we say, hey, can we just say from deserialize from stir data dot unwrap temp equals this. Your data type is a scavenge table asset, right? And then from that we can say that out equals scavenge table default something like that. Not sure how that works. With a scavenge table, let's give you a default value. Right, and then we say that new. So then you return OK out. We go here and we say out dot name equals temp dot name out dot table is equal. Wow, I guess it's more like for val in temp dot initial locations and then we say out dot initial locations dot push a location chance, which is an item which we have to load, the chance, which is just the val dot one, the amount, which is val dot 2 dot val dot 3, and then we just need the name or the item, which is then to say load context dot load and that would be val format val dot dot I don't know, we just called it graphs, didn't we? Oh no, it's called field. So I guess we would want to load like loot tables field.location or something like that, maybe. So it'd be like loot underscore table / dot location. And then you would just put in val.0. So this should then in turn try to load a handful of other things. Settings become underscore. Okay. I assume that will work. So just going to tell me like, hey, path up found deep water. Then you'll panic there. Okay, so then if I... So you don't actually do anything now. So do that. If I close this, relaunch this, it's still going to fail on all the ones that don't exist yet. Alright, so what did it fail? It said, failed, span error, kind of position line 3, column 26. Which I guess line 3, column 26 is a good sign that it did something. Line 3, column 26. Right, I think it's that field is not a string. So run that again. Okay, what did you do this time? 39, position right, because you're supposed to be a comma, not double dots, like that. Did you make it this time? Yeah, okay, so cannot find an asset loader matching asset type. Okay. So next is to go new file field dot location. Field dot location. Okay, something like that. I don't know you're going to contain yet. I guess a name. So I guess we set you up. We go boop, and we are a name, which is field. Icon, which is then just going to be a string. And then we just call that good, I guess. You have to have a loop table, but we'll work that out in a later chance. Okay, so hex something. Where were we? We were in loading. Right. So when you're loading this, you're gonna load this, which means that we're gonna first off need like a different. This is a loop table loader, and we need a is struct scavenge location loader. Static? No. Struct. Right, and then we import asset loader for scavenge location loader. Type asset is a scavenge location. Type settings. So error can be like this static stir. Extensions is location, like so, and then fn load is going to be async. Typed up like to do. All traits not implemented settings. Type settings is okay. So something with not being a type path thing. Derive type path. Thank you. Okay, so go up here. Then we need to do this and say scavenge location loader. Something like that. And then we have a location, scavenge location loader, location read settings. So I'm unclear about why the map isn't working while this is turned on. I do find that a little bit strange that like the entire map is broken. It shouldn't be doing that from my understanding. Because Oh, it crashed at something. Not yet implemented. Panic that cannot sample empty range. Okay. First off, how did you try and sample an empty range? You got the location, which implies that it was empty. When you loaded it, can you like tell me what you fucking loaded? What did we tell it to load? 1 to 1. I guess it's an empty range is 1 to 1. It must be like equal because inclusive. Sure. So it said, hey, you can't do that because 1 to 1 is not a range because you can't sample the top of the range. There's 0 in it. Okay. So again, still unclear where everything went. They obviously still exist. Right. Like they're still here. I just apparently can't see them. So I guess we got to work out why we can't see them. It's got to be in like world gen. The only thing that I know that I changed was in the spawn the world. I did this. If I like comment this back out, like they should all appear again, right? Maybe, hopefully. Not entirely sure. This is not the right application. Yeah. So it's probably not going to be any examples. Loot. Okay, so we changed you to triggering this. This is another thing that it could possibly be. Is that because we changed it to this, it doesn't recursive down to the next thing, but it should do. But that's the only thing I can think. It's still obviously definitely generating the fucking world map, so unlikely. It's still doing it all, so like what do you mean? Okay. So this is spawning. The world map clearly spawned. Inherited visibility, inherited visibility. Your transform is at 0, 0. Okay. I guess we stash the changes. Okay, wait, let's check the console's not throwing some kind of cannot asset load assets. Yeah. No, path not found. Icon search. Yeah, that's fine. Added element 900. Okay. Right. So we have to like stash all changes, run it, and go like it still exists. Like it still works, right? That's confusing to me because I don't actually know what I changed that would affect actually seeing things in the world. So this works. I stopped slamming my leg into a heater. And then if we said restore, this doesn't work. So what did we change? It's not likely to be any of those. It could be this. These are just loaders, though. The only thing I can think is the the one that's spawning the loot in, whatever that function is. So if we just make the loot, so spawn. So here's the annoying thing: we are no longer spawning any of this in. The only other thing is that we remove something. So scavenge, yes. So this entire loot thing is new, basically. What did I break? Look here. So if I turn off the looting plugin, my only thinking is that somehow it's got to do with the fact that when we generate the world, you're broken. It's still spawning the world. That's what's throwing me off, is that it fucking exists. Not adding anything to them there. I don't think it's you. I mean, this is probably going to be the easiest one to fix. So we're just going to discard the changes and go, what the hell? Like, if this works, then I have no fun at it. The only thing I can really think is that when we generate the world, it spawns test world, like here. Is that this runs spawn test map, and that for somehow, despite it making like literally 0 sense, the spawning of the test map or it could be the fact that yeah, that could do it too. Yeah, that would definitely do it. We go to map here. It needs to be this rectangular bound, because that's the map. Yeah, that would make a little bit of sense. Okay, there we go. Okay, okay. Okay. Right, so everything's working again, which means that we get to go back to, I guess, breaking the world stuff. So spawn test map can go away again, because again, it doesn't exist. We come in here and we go, okay, so you need to say something like gen locations with an asset. Right, so we need access to the asset server. So res asset server. Something like that, and then we want to be like asset server dot load loot tables loot slash dot scan and then comma text type. I'm gonna replace that with that. Go here and go format. Put an end, put a like that. Okay. So now we should load the locations. Doesn't like something doesn't like that. Right, because you only just spawn the test map. You spawn them the floor map, please. Okay. Okay. So what is this gonna do? Crash apparently. Why did it crash? It says asset handle. Oh, because we didn't. Oh, we must have broken. Right. Well, we didn't break anything. We turned off the asset plugin, the looting plugin. Let's try and debug some issues. So at the moment, we only have grass, and therefore it's gonna say, hey, like all of these loot tables don't exist. So asset loader. I failed to load that. I mean, but it should have put fields should have random like lootable locations. Oh, shouldn't they? Oh, it's oh, something complained about not implemented yet, but that's fine. Saying it couldn't find any of these things, which is fine. It's something about the can loot. Can loot now looks in the wrong location for the icon. So apparently it's not under UI icons. So is it under image / icons? Something like that. This should mean that the thingamabob's loaded again. Right? Yay! Now they all have the icon now, but that's because I don't actually discriminate which ones get the icon. So we go. Is it back like here? When we gen the world, we're gonna say somewhere I put can loot. Yeah, if hexagon can loot, insert hexagon. Okay, don't do that. Now we're only going to do it on tiles that actually have loot, which should mean that only 10% of grass tiles, because they're the only ones that can have loot. It tries to load the asset stuff, but I'm not seeing any grass tiles that. Interesting. So I'm going to maybe print out that like it did something. Failed to load asset location field. That shouldn't matter. The asset loader still fired, so we're gonna go back to looting. We're just gonna go down here and be all like, can you please yeah, so you're gonna like print line that you did something, print and no, this isn't the asset loader, we didn't care about the asset loader. It's in the like yeah, spawn. Okay, so if random bool is successful, spawning loot. So, I mean, the more obvious thing to do would probably be to add more loot tables so that there's actually a higher chance of finding said loot. Because I think things like forests, if we find the forests, and about 1 million are 100% chanced. So, oh look, now we do still have that pesky little very obvious fucking straight line, which really shouldn't exist because what? That doesn't like. I'm not XORing them together anymore, so I don't know why it's still doing that straight lining thing. Like that's usually a sign that you fucked up your math. Also, that's annoying. crumbling apartment building, crumbling apartment building, crumbling apartment building. Anyway. So let's find wherever the forest is first. First shack. Rubble forest. So grab the word forest, rename this to forest. Then we have to reformat you, and this is what you want to look like. We're going to say forest. It'll look like this, which is going to say forest. Initial locations is forest with a 100% chance of 1, and then we need another one. It's going to be a comma, something like this, and it's going to be crash site. Crash. Well, crash site underscore forest, and it has a 0.002% chance of spawning 1 to 1. I think you like lowercase forest. Right. So 0.01 forest. Your location forest. Okay. So can we not capitalize everything? Maybe grass. Actually, no. These need to be capitalized because of the way that I get them. Is by formatting a thing, so it won't work on Linux. Field can be lowercase though. We don't need to capitalize field. Thank you. So then you're forest, and then we can like copy paste you. Why are you not letting me copy paste you? Okay. Can we rename you to forest.location and then paste field.location? No. I'm very confused. Why was I not allowed to copy paste it with the same name? Yes, move that there, thank you. Sorry, your name is Forest. You crashed for some reason, saying yes, not yet. Because I modified a name to a name that was being used. Yeah, that's fine. So forest and field and scavenge from forest. Does say spawning a little up. Oh, hey, wait a second, the forest worked. I didn't even realize, because I've retroactively named the thing, it's like, oh yeah, no, now I can do it. Anyway, again, there's a very obvious pattern in this fucking... See, because if I was multiplying the seed, I would get it if I was doing anything, like, but... Anyway. Because, yeah, it's usually a sign that, however you're incrementing your seed is not actually random, and therefore it follows the diagonal pattern of repeating numbers. Q here. Oh, I bet it's following the diagonal pattern of whenever this is 0, then the R is just the same. Yeah, okay. Because... well, no. Because this should just be a completely different number. Like, right? Because... effectively, for it to get this entire diagonal means that whatever they result to is the same number every time. But I'm ORing them together. I don't know. How the fuck do I seed you from like random noise? This seed is entirely zero, so we map to a new seed. So I got a seed. Yeah, I don't get under. Can we like print line? Using seed. Now instead of spamming spawning loot all the time. I have a feeling it's just going to spam out that it's got the same seed dozens of times, but I don't get why it would be the same seed dozens of times. Oh, sorry. We should probably actually print what the seed is, and probably something like x 0 0x. How do you do that? I don't remember how to do. And then we set seed. There we go. Are they gonna? We're looking for some kind of reoccurring pattern, like the final 4 bits are always 0 or. So, fuck. Right. That's probably the issue. It's if they're 0, and because we're ORing them, if they're negative, they become like max. So, like -1 becomes just all Fs. So, I need to do like you become an I-32 and then mask with that a 64-bit number? No, that's a 32-bit number, so we need more Fs. There. That would be why it's causing this issue. So 2, 4, 6, 8. So basically what's happening is because I actually can just, this might just be easier. Because of the way that the XOR works, is every bit's set the same. I think, I'm not entirely sure. But my brain is saying that when we're ORing them, them all becoming Fs at the top fucks it. But if we just XOR them, then it's like it'll flip it. The Q will flip it if it's negative, and the R will flip it if it's negative, and then they'll just cancel each other out. Whereas when you OR them, they all just become Fs because eventually the top end is just all Fs. Do we now have numbers at all? Okay. Oh look, there's some grass. I was gonna say, like, I haven't seen a single patch of grass be something, but there's 2 patches of grass up there that are lootable. So, I guess that's a solid, like, yes. Where's the spawn? Yeah. Okay. So I feel like there's supposed to be something else that maybe triggers a chance of grass, because this definitely feels. Well, maybe it's just the fucking random picker. Because that feels way rarer than 1 in 10. So we're just gonna say, I don't know how to pick a location. Maybe. So this is locations, and then locations. There we go. Right to the location. So, you are also most definitely not supposed to be there. Or I know, actually, maybe you are. Maybe that, or you're the wrong number. It's the ice timer. There is supposed to be something there. I just don't know if that's the right image for it. Anyway. Yeah, something tells me 10% is way too low. Way too low, because it's definitely rarer than 1 in 10. Did I fuck up the odds? Like, maybe I just typed it wrong? Go up here and go grass to escape. So there's a 10% chance. So we're gonna say, like, print line, attempting to spawn with odds. We're gonna say if location dot chance is less than 1. Right. It's attempting to spawn with odds. And so we say location dot item dot path, and then location dot item dot chance. Wait, chance. Item chance, and then you become like a debug printout, and then I want you to be like dot two. Right. Actually, 0.2 mightn't even get it. For some reason, it's extremely rare for a plane crash to happen. So rare, I've never actually seen it in game. I didn't even realize it was a thing when I was looking. I was looking through the like list of scavengeable things, and I went, wait, plane crash. There must be like some kind of like special location you can go to, because go to images, scavenge. So these are all the scavengeable like things, the little icons when you look that turn up, and one of them is the first crash or something. Crash forest. And I was like, I have never seen a crash forest, and there's also crash swamp. And I went, oh, these must be like special locations, because I didn't even know, but apparently you can escape out of the map in terms of like there's an alternative ending to just dying that you like leave, and I think you die anyway. But like, oh, crash site forest with odds. Okay, so field.location with 10% odds. So it's trying to spawn it a lot. The question is, how successful is it at spawning it with 10% odds? Because I'm going to say it's definitely less than 1 in 10. Like, there is no way in hell that this is 1 in 10 pieces of grass. There's definitely some pieces of grass. Oh, great. And they're all in the fucking same place. Yep, they're in their little trailer lines. I hate you. So this will actually tell us if it hits it. But the fact that you can see the fucking trailer lines implies that it's still doing that thing where the seed is periodical based on, like, it's not actually random. So it spawned a half dozen of them. I also like the implication that it spawned at least 4 plane crashes on the map. That's fun. No idea where they are, but there's 4 plane crashes on the map. So it did spawn lots of grass, but the issue is that fucking lots of grass is there. Okay. So I guess we'll go back to just okay. So and 0x f ff. Don't whack a random C in there. That would be a bit weird. Right. So then we can also like print line what the seed is, I guess. Seed. I just want to go like here and be like UB0x. Because I'm curious if the seed's gonna end up the same seed every fucking time. As you can see, it's still doing the fucking straight line bullshit. It's not as perfect of a straight line, I don't think. Maybe it is. No, it almost certainly definitely is. Okay. Yeah, see, we got the same. No, these are different. These two are fucking identical, aren't they? No, you're like 1E or 3 and 5 and 7. Oh. Is the answer fuck you? Right. U64. Okay. U32. I guess I32. Then we XOR it with Q. We XOR it with R. ID.R. Now my issue is that I'm pretty sure that results in the fucking diagonal line because of the fact that then we go from U64 and then we can just say U seed dot as U64. Now we're going to reduce our number of seeds, but hopefully I can actually make the number random, because I don't. Maybe it's to do with this particular fucking thing, but when you pass it in like certain numbers, but it didn't feel very random. Okay, so wait, are they still? Okay, this feels like it actually is random. Like, yeah, you end up with this big long line of them in a row, and I'm pretty sure these are adjacent in that like that, but it's less, you know, like it's not just massive lines, I guess, and maybe that is just coincidence. This doesn't. Well, then it stops. So, like, that means that those are actually just coincidence. The other ones didn't ever stop, so they weren't coincidence. Is more the point. Like that they were continuing in a straight line across the entire map. The only time they stopped is when they went into a different tile that actually couldn't spawn a loot. Anyway. Lovely. Now, sadly, that does mean that we apparently didn't spawn a single fucking tree. We didn't spawn any plane crashes that time. It's sad. Yep, no plane crashes again. But again, it is like a 1 in like 10,000 chance or something. 1 in 500 or something. Which kind of implies that the other time when we got like 4 of them was probably that they landed all on us like one of the sequences. So it was like we only got 1 of them. We just got lucky enough to get 1. Alright, I'm gonna say only print me the odds if the odds are less than 1 in 100. And I want to see that you like spawn loot. The answer is no. Oh, anyway, I guess we move on to the adding more loot tables. So this is the cryo facility. So at the moment, the cryo facility has no lootable items. So I guess we copy what forest looks like, and we go paste you here. We call you cryo facility. The location that you can spawn is the I guess it's the cryo facility location. Like so. Let's do this. Do that. Okay. So you can spawn a cryo facility, and then we get to rename you to rename. I was going to copy this. Go here. I think we call it lab. So we rename this and we paste this. Paste this here, and we go. What is it called? Lab. Hang on. Hey, look, there's loot on the lab. We should probably add the scavenge button also. Extend UX. Okay. So next, what is this? Rubble. This is interesting because I'm not entirely sure how this works. So you have a 1-to-1, you have a 1-to-1, you have a 100% chance of that, and a 1 in 5% chance of that. But that implies that something else is going on, which is that we come into like the data table here. No, it must be the hexagons. Hex type. So you say flat grassland. You have a scavenge initial ID of 579. So then we go to the treasure table. Then we go 579. Field initial scavenge locations. Okay. So the forest shack has. These are probably just like laid out wrong inside the file. Where's the black swamp? So black swamp has 1 in 3 chance with 12% probability. Ocean goggles. Where was the cryo facility? What were we working on? Rubble. Rubble has a crumbled apartment building with a 40% chance of 1. And so I don't think I've ever noticed that in the game. That implies that rubble. No, there's no way that each of these only has a 1 initial loot chance of 1. So you have initially, you will spawn a chance of spawning that one, and a chance of spawning that one. We need to come up with some kind of a war mechanic. But my guess is that if we go back to these hexagon types, they have a scavenge item IDs per hour, which is 29. If we go to 29, does 29 happen to also be loot? So 103.8. Forest scavenge location. So every hour there's a 0.5, 0.5% chance that you can scavenge forest again. Forest shack scavenge location. Um, 6, 7, 9, and 10. That also means that the plane crashes can never turn up, which is interesting. Suburban, forest, field, forest. Okay. So if we go back to that hexagon, we go sand, forest, hills, mountains, suburban ruins, prior facility, urban ruins, forest shack, urban ruins. The suburban ruins, urban ruins is the skyscraper, abandoned buildings. Okay. Maybe nothing ever uses them. 200, 700. Yeah, okay, that's interesting because your scavenge ID is 700. Yours is 580. Yours is 727. So we have 575, I think. Maybe. Yeah, it's craft facility. Okay. Suburban ruins, which is 7. Okay, so the 700s actually are stuff, is what we can conclude. Which is we need 2. Right, there's 2 to 4. So 725, 726, 720. Very confusing. Random household tool. Right, 725 through 726 we need to grab out of our extractions and be very confused because some of these items are obviously duplicated. Was it treasure? 725. 725 to 726. Okay, that is a little bit weird. So the rubble initial scavenge buildings, which I'm assuming is rubble initial scavenge buildings. Right. So you versus you. So what's happening is that this is saying we're rolling 2 to 4 chances. We're guaranteed 2 to 4 rolls of this. It's a very strange way of going about it. So buildings, locations. Interesting. Rorschach. So okay. How do I fix this though? Like, oh, not fix, but how do I make this not horrendous to work with? So you're a table. I would like to just define this inside of this. So initial locations. It's such a weird way of drawing it. We would effectively have to Ugh. How do I encode this information into this without making it fucking horrendous? So, okay. We want to copy you. It annoys me to no end that it won't let me paste something with the same name in the same location. Like, I have to paste it somewhere else. Move it back up to here. Don't replace. Oh, let's rename you to whatever this fucking rubble. Right, that's your name now. You're rubble. Right. So, rubble scavenge, which is then we're going to say it's going to be called rubble. So, as a save thing, we need to say, like, rubble underscore building. We need some way of marking this. Separately, so that we can then say because effectively all we need to do is then go honestly, like something like sub. I'm curious if this is going to fail, but if I can get away with this, right, something like that, where we would then want to go, each of those gets backspaced, each of those gets parentheses around it. I'm going to go to the end of each of these, do this, go back to here, the comma here, go here, put parentheses here, go to here. So 1 to 1, comma. Put a comma. Put a quote. Go home, put a quote. Right, so now these are technically all the same. I'm curious if I can then encode this into the other thing so that like when we deserialize it, we can go, hey, did we get fields that shouldn't exist? And then if so, can we subsequently roll them into other fields? So we want to say something like scavenge location loader. No, inside of this, the loot table loader. The loot table loader will load locations. Yes, that's our issues. We no longer do it the cheaty way. We just initialize this. Damn it. Damn it. It's such a nice way of making the fucking thing work, though. If I can work out how to get. So we have to put this back here. Put this out here, and then we can get rid of this, and then you can say scavenger table. But then we're going to say you don't derive that deserialization. We're going to import scavenge So import like deserialization for scavenger asset location. Table asset. Note. Is it visitor? Ah, damn. Okay, wait, no, you can then do it yourself, right? So like then you like fn deserialize, and then you would say deserializer.visit deserialize map, and then we want to pass in a scavenge table asset default, like so. You need to derive the default. Alright, then we need to like implement visitor. I guess you would just return self. Then this is probably going to turn out to be a massive waste of time again, like all the other times I try to implement something. So we're going to visitor. So what I'm going for, which again, I don't know if it's going to work, is that I want to be able to pass this in and then like effectively build like a hash map of all of the different like variations that it came up with. Scavenge table asset dot write string expect map. Then we go here and be like fn visit map, and then we just say to do. Right. So type value is self. You don't return anything to that. So when I do this, when I call this, and then I call that, when I unwrap that, it should panic on deserialize map, hopefully, when I run this. And if it panics there, that implies that even though I didn't do the weird thing of making the deserializer and passing the deserializer in, it still got to map when I told it to deserialize that thing. Which that means that once I'm in it, once I know that I can get to map, span position one, thread IO panicked at here. So you panicked there because expected span error expected map. Oh, that's annoying. Because it doesn't tell me what it actually got. It just tells me that whatever it gave me wasn't a map. Okay. All it does is tell me that whatever it fucking got me wasn't a map. That or it panicked something earlier. No, definitely not. Yeah, so it's saying it expected a map, but it won't tell me, little bastard, what it tried to deserialize it as. Because we need to go back to being like let b equals ron deserializer from string dot unwrap, and then we need to be like d dot What? Wait a second. We load U. And we want to say like a vector. No. How the hell did we do this? Right. And okay, so no, we want to go D. We want to use 30 deserialize. Maybe. Okay, we don't like that. D dot deserialize struct. That's just is a thing that deserializer has. Can I just give empty shit, or is it going to yell at me for not having the right fields or something like that? And then the visitor, when we visit this, is going to be scavenge table asset default. Like dot unwrap or something? Oh, right. So that's going to get to there, which is going to, on the deserializer, I'm going to call deserialize, which is going to, I guess, skip this entirely. We're going to pass in that visitor. Okay, we got to not yet implemented. Okay. Which means that we can say, I guess it's like mute. Okay, then we go like for, I don't know, while let some key equals map dot next key, which is a string. I guess it can be with stir. We can dereference that, which will give us that, and then we go down here and we say okay, and then say self. Right. So we say match key. Okay. And then if the key is name, then self.name equals map.dot next entry string. Like that somehow. Maybe. So this takes 2 arguments. Not next entry. Next value. Sorry, next value. Then we go, if it says initial locations, we say self dot initial locations equals map dot next value, which is then a vector of string comma f32 comma u32 comma u32. No. Oh wait, no, maybe that would, maybe that is going to work. Okay, and then we're going to say, if you get anything else, right, get anything else. We're going to have here, we're going to say sub, and then we're going to say that this is a hash map of string vec of string f32 u32 u32, right? So then this turns into well, I guess let val equal map dot next value, which is then a vector of string f32 u32 u32, like so, and then we just say and then we say self dot sub dot insert key dot to string and then val. Right, so if that works how I think it works, sorry, you're a tuple. So, okay, so that means that if it finds a value, so like when we go back to our example here, when we hit rubble buildings, it goes, hey, this isn't a valid field. So it tries to deserialize everything after it into a vector of locations. And then it sticks it into its like list of like, hey, this is like a named set that you gave me. So abandoned apartment building, crumbling apartment building. Now, annoyingly, these are we're gonna get like some name things. It's weird, but what that translates to when we come back up to here, I think, I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work yet, but we should be able to pull that information out when we create the thing here. So when we say, hey, val, like, for value in initial locations. So here we say, oh, load the loot table, but instead we're going to say let if let sub equals temp dot sub dot get val dot 0, else. Right. So it's saying if there's no substring, like if we don't have a sub thing with the same name as that, then just try and load it as a generic loot table. But if we do have a sub, we need to have a loot chance thing that has multiple like options, I guess. So we could turn it into an enum. We need some kind of way of being able to specify multiple items with multiple values with multiple ranges. That isn't going to, because the idea is you can definitely have two randoms. So we need just like an OR version, basically. So we have like a loot chance here, and then here it needs to be a I guess it'd be an enum. So you're an enum, like a draw, like so, and then you would be a choose, and then the choose is just a vector of loot chance. Right. So somewhere something's broken in here. So you would push a draw. Right. And then in sub we would say let chance item equals vec new dot well, it's like with capacity sub dot len. We say for item in sub. We then say this feels like it should be recursive because then you could have like drawers of drawers, but anyway. Items.push draw like so, except it's going to be item item and item. Right, so I don't know how the multi-draws are going to work, because I've definitely seen that they can sum up to more than 100%. Like, so this is 40%, 40%. So it's 80, 90, 0, 0, so it's 8. 2 makes it another 10. So this sums to 100, but I've definitely seen one that summed to greater than 100. One of these, I think it was. So one of them summed, it's like, a, yeah, so that seems about right. So 35, 35, 20, 10. No, okay, so that would be 70, 100, that's 100% again, okay. That's 100%, we just concluded. This one's 10%. There, 65 plus 35. Or is that, no, there's 100, isn't it? 65 plus 35. Okay, 65 plus 35. 100%. Huh. I don't know if they have to sum to 100, but I'm going to go with the logic of... no. I'm trying to look at if it's possible. We like treasures. The one with like lots of ores. I'm trying to work out, maybe we'll just do it when we run this thing and make sure that it never actually happens in the thing. But theoretically, their probability could be greater than 100, which would make it impossible to roll them. But the way I'm going to roll the ores is effectively you're going to roll a number between 0 and 1, and then you're going to increment and subtract from that number. And if that number is then less than 0, then you are that that value. Hello and welcome to the stream. It is going well tonight. I am making progress and I have lots of viewers, which is very nice. I don't think I've ever had this many viewers before on a single stream, like continuously. So I am definitely enjoying the night. All right, so this sticks up and fills our drawer up with this. And then we're going to come down here and go, okay, so you have to deal with the fact that when we random a location, we iterate the random locations, and so there's a location chance. So what we have to do is go like X. We have to match the location. Right, and then we fill in the so when there's a draw, we do this. This is how we draw. So we say hey, and then we say so we just roll chance, and then we say if location.chance less than, okay, yeah, this was for printing out that we found like rare items just for the sake of it. So roll a boolean and then roll a random number between amount.clone And then for Q in Q, say item.clone. Right. So this is what happens if we just have a draw. We just fucking pick the number. Right. But if we roll a chance, what we need to do is say let th equal rng.gen.random. Right. F32. Can we just put it a debug? Debug assert th is less than 1. Less than or equal to 1. Less than 1? I don't know. Because I'm pretty sure when you random a float, you get a value between 0 and 1. That's just how floats work. Like as a rule of floats to give you values. Like when you random a float, it's 0 to 1. Might be negative 1 to 1. Can we also debug assert and th is greater than 0? The idea is if we hit this, it'll tell me like I need to offset it by a certain amount. Anyway, we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna say for draw in location chances. Right, so we're going to say if, so we have to make this mutable, mute th. We're going to say if th is less than draw.chance. Wait, what? Draw dot. Oh, great. Location chance draw equal draw else continue. Can we print an error? E print line not it is not valid to have a chance of a chance draw. I mean, technically, I think it would be a valid thing you could do, but you'd have to do it through multiple loop tables. Anyway, so if 3 is less than chance, then you succeeded. I guess do that. So Q is range, random range, amount. Okay. That's do reference check. So the idea is that if it's a 10% chance and we rolled less than 0.1, then you succeeded. And then we say, and then we need to break. Because it's an or statement, you can only get one of them, so then we break, and then we say else. I guess we don't need else. We can just say, hey, if you get it, you break, and then we say th minus equals chance. I think that's how that works. I think that should work. So the idea is if you have 2.1s, if you roll under 0.1, you'll hit the first one. But if you don't, so if you roll 0.15, then it'll subtract the 0.1. Like, so you won't hit the first one because you're too big to be the first one. It'll subtract 0.15, subtract 0.1, which will make you 0.5, and then that does hit the second one. And then the idea is if eventually it'll be able to go below 0. But as I said, like I don't think any of them have an odds that sum to greater than 1, which means that like at a certain point, if the odds sum to greater than 1, it'll guarantee whichever value is one if you hit none of the others, which I guess is a way of doing it. It's the same. Like if somehow my values sum to more than 100, it just means that if you have like the first one is a 100% chance, then it never can possibly hit the second one. So the or statement is whichever one you hit first, whichever glides first. So that'll stack the others, which then makes the or statement work, and then that should work like that. And I do kind of want to say here and be all like, can we like be like print line drawing and or, and then we just say and then we got like a location like that, and I think we have to like debug this. You're not debug, but that's fine because we're gonna go location chance. So are we gonna implement display debug? Import core format debug for location chance, and we say fn format, and we say match self. So for the missing arm, if you do this, then you're going to say this one's pretty easy. It's just fm.write format format args. So you would write this by this, which is dash this, which is item dot path dot unwrap dot file. What do you return? You return like an asset path or something. Asset path dot path dot file. The file stem. Okay. It's very dumb. It's very error prone, but anyway. So that's going to put the name. Then we're going to say chance. Then we're going to say amount dot min and amount dot max dot unwrap. I don't know why they need to be unwrapped, but anyway. OS string doesn't implement display. Oh no. Dot toString dot unwrap. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Anyway. Dot clone. Clone. Oh, okay, clone. Lovely. All right. So then when we do this, we say for item in location chance, and then we say well, I guess it's more like let new items equals location chance dot getter if let sum first equals item dot next, then we say f dot write format format args. Just debug first, like that. Something what? Sorry, format args. Okay, you do that, and then we're going to go here. We're going to say do the rest of item, and then you do this, and you're just going to go space, or space, item. And then you just, when you get to here, you just say okay. It's a little bit of a recursive piece of magic here. So what we're doing is we're going, hey, if you get given a choose, grab the first item, we'll split it into an iterator. Get the first item, which doesn't need to really be a sum because, you know, but anyway, write the first item in, and then iterate through the rest of the items. So if there's any items left, then we put the or and then the other item, and it calls into itself, which means it should hit here. And if it does hit a chance, it's going to be a little bit weird, but you know, we'll find out. Anyway, when I now run this, when we draw our chances, I don't think it's going to do anything because rubble doesn't actually have probability stuff. But anyway. You're going to go here, and go here, and go, hey, did you by any chance hit any kind of, no, you hit some kind of not implemented yet logic, which is a location loader, that's fine. Failed to load item, cannot find loader asset matching, asset none path. Hey, that's, I don't care about that. You're a bunch of not implemented yet, path not found, crash, site forest location, cannot find asset loader for field.location, cannot find asset loader for field.location. Here, so did it not draw? Oh, wait, well, obviously it didn't draw any rubble because it's not called rubble, is it? I should rename it to rubble in the game though, because rubble makes a lot more sense in terms of the map tile thing. The world gen, no, it's like here, map tile, hex tiles, city ruin. The city ruins? What do we got? So we got like city cabin, wall. Interesting. Well, it'd probably break. What is it? I want to say it's called city ruins. We look inside of our map thing, Neo map. Lots of ocean tiles. Ocean tiles. Mental Institute. So the city ruins. There are, it's called ruins. Okay. So we're gonna rename you to ruins. We should run this. Okay, they should load ruins now. I think. Should have. Didn't. So something panicked at looting not implemented. Scavenge location. Loader, no, that's the one that's not supposed to be loading. What did you see? Try to load location, scavenge water. Like it's the city ruins. Oh, that's different. Okay. Dumb. This is where my code is becoming way too spaghetti. Examples. I said this is in text. World gen Neo sampler. You have something called ruins. One of these is called like ruin. General Gentile. So ruin, building ruins. All right. So this hexagon is called rubble. All right, rename you to rubble because that's what the official thing calls you, and seems like a better way of doing it. Okay. Then we go building ruins. You rename you rubble. All right. So now when we run the game, it should try and load rubble, and loading rubble will then in turn load this, which will then try and load the crumbling apartment building, an abandoned apartment building, an abandoned office tower. We hit this and we go, hey, what are you? Okay, so the answer is apparently no. Why did it not work? Crashed something. So it's something failed to load here, which is the Field location, yeah, don't care. So Zomzom, Isotope Mine, Lake Cabin, Mills Town, Scavenge Shed location, storage shed location. Something definitely tried to load these locations. It just didn't do it properly. Okay, so they definitely tried to load, is the key thing there. It just didn't put them in there properly. It was interesting. How the fuck did I fuck that up? Okay, looting. When I load scavenger assets, so, well, I guess, yeah, you do you. Okay, so you push your items here. Okay, right. And then you say out dot initial locations dot push. So it loaded them all. And then we say location yeah, so location choose items. Right. I'm gonna run that. And then we go now when we run it. Hey look, they've all got little rubbly things. And it said that it's drawer and ore, crumbling apartment building, an abandoned apartment building. Why are they not drawn as ores though? Probably because they put the vector in. Yeah, that'll probably be it. It's because after we got in here, if we do it up here, I say, hey, drawing. Well, I guess we can put it here and say still do it as drawing an ore, but just actually like pass in location like that, and then that should actually make it print the right thing. Because what it was is we were printing each individual location as the vector rather than, which was then obviously putting commas between each item, whereas we wanted it to do there we go. So now it says drawing an ore, crumbling apartment building or abandoned apartment building or. Yay. Okay. So there's a 40% chance of a crumbling apartment building. 4% chance, 4% chance, 40% chance of an office building. 10% storage shed and a 2% chance of a locked storage shed. Okay. Now it should be possible for you to fail. Apparently not though. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I guess it isn't possible because it sums to 100%. I don't want to do a draw every time because that kind of defeats the whole point of making an or draw of like, if it's a 40% chance and then a 40% chance means that you're just more likely to get the crumbling building. Like the actual ordering matters, whereas at the moment, the ordering doesn't matter. I guess that's something we can check in-game, is to effectively go, is it possible to find a newly discovered place that doesn't have loot? Because by that logic, it's not, because the odds, according to the data I pulled out, the rubble guarantees one. Wait, the rubble guarantees one rubble building. That doesn't sound right. Is it you? The rubble initial scavenge locations 2 to 4. Rubble initial scavenge buildings 2 to 4. It has two to four draws of rubble. So if we just hit continue, I must not have saved my game. I'm sure I wasn't here before. Anyway, guess we just sleep until the day. Maybe don't sleep in the middle of the market. Get over there. Oh. And, oh, we'll have to take time anyway. We are not well rested, but anyway. So we want to find a random one that I haven't potentially looted before. And we want to see ample edible berries. We effectively just want to see if it guarantees has 2 buildings in it. Now I'm going to assume maybe not necessarily because we're so close to the thing. No, okay, so it's not guaranteed. Wait, no, it is guaranteed. It definitely has something in it. Okay, never mind. I was just hiding it apparently. So we're going to stand on you and we're going to go scavenge. There's 2 buildings. Okay. So I mean, look at that. I wish we turned the flashlight off before we waste all the batteries. Off. Oh. Put that back in there. Okay, I'm going to scavenge the final building just for the sake of completeness. You go here, and then scavenge. And go here, and go... So this had 3. Okay. I'm going to call that confirmed. How do I fucking get out of here? Save and quit. Exit. Okay. So yeah, that definitely spawns 2 to 4 buildings. Alright. So, we probably don't need it to spam every single fucking time it tries. Where's our world gem stuff? No, it's in the looting. We just want to say, assert that never rolls too low and that never rolls too high, and then, you don't need to print that every single time. Is the value has a chance to be drawn? Okay, it's not valid to have a chance for chance draw. So, what is next in terms of loot stuff? Like, do we have... I guess we add the suburban building, and then maybe we actually have the ability to loot. Because the other buildings, obviously, we need to do them at some point. But like, I feel like I promised everyone the ability to we're going to do looting, and at the moment we're just setting up loot tables. So this is rubble, suburban building. So we need to find the suburban building drawer. So rubble, suburban initial scavenge locations, urban, suburban. Right, so we're going to go copy, paste, I don't know. Fine, we'll rename you. Sub. I actually don't know what it's called. I think it's called town or something. I don't remember what I called the fucking tile. I guess we'll rename you to suburban. And then we will rename the tile to suburban as well. Because, again, it makes more sense to try and match the game code as close as we can, the original code. So one of these is so it's probably, so ruins. So I'm assuming ruins became rubble, and then city became city ruins, and then city slum became city, which is something different. Town. I'm assuming town is suburban. Right, and then so we say suburban, and then we rename this, and we grab the scavenge, and then scavenge. Right, so suburban with its scavenge used to look like this. Paste that there, and then we're gonna go, hey, you're called suburban. And then these are called suburban buildings. Suburban building. Suburban building. And then we can, I guess, get rid of this. So you went to be 100% chance of 2 to 5. Okay. So 100% chance of 2 to 5. We need to find the suburban building, the rubble suburban buildings. Right, so we're going to sort of copy these buildings. Anyway, to suburban, and then we go, okay. So backspace all of these, paste these in. Go to the end here, go here, go to the beginning here, go something like open, parentheses, go to the end again, come back in, go to here, go comma, go to here, go comma, go to, okay, damn it, we missed it. Go to here, go comma, go forward, go parentheses, go here, go here, go here, go here. Then we're going to go end comma save. Tab, 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 tab. So we have an abandoned house, an abandoned mobile home, storage shed, and a locked storage shed. So do these sum to 1 as well? We have a 70, 80, 90. Yes, this also sums to 1. I don't think they always sum to 1 though. I'm pretty sure I've seen some where it's like it has like a 10% chance and a 20% chance. So it's like there's a 30% chance you get an item at all. But these ones wouldn't make sense to have a guaranteed 2 and then have a chance that the building didn't actually spawn. So it kind of makes sense for it to not, for them to always sum to 100, guarantee that there's something spawns. Anyway, so that's suburban. I guess we then have to work on the actual loot thing, possibly. So we would have to add... So you worked and you spawned a bunch of stuff, and one of these is going to be called like abandoned. So it said, hey, page not found. Right, so they're failing because they're actually finding them. Okay. So I gotta take a phone call. I'll be back. Okay. I wouldn't call myself a Bevy expert. I just spend far too much time with the game engine. Okay. So I kind of feel like I want to get rid of these. Well, we could just make them load properly. So we work out these scavenge locations. So an abandoned house is an item description. So we go into here, into the data files. We can look up the data file and be like, abandoned house. And so this tells me what the treasure is. So this is abandoned house's item is treasure table 40. We're going to grab treasure table 40. It also tells me, so the treasure nested, it doesn't tell me the icon though. That's annoying. It tells me the treasure table 40. Random drugs. Okay, so we're going to copy that. Close this, please. Can we go to loot tables, paste table 40 in? Right, so we're going to go to suburban. So we're going to call it just an underscore. It's just going to be called abandoned house. I'm going to rename you to abandoned house dot location. Location. Right. So abandoned house dot location. So we're going to go something like this. This is probably going to be called loot. And then haven't quite worked that one out yet. Okay, table random drugs. Okay, so we have our abandoned house. We also need the icon. So comma. Your name needs to be inside of a string. Icon. Your icon is going to be image slash scavenge. And then it's probably going to be one of these garage, house 1 or house 2? Look at house 1. So abandoned house. Well, actually, which one of these seems more like the remote offer? Okay. I'm going to say that this is the house. Because the other one, the name makes more sense anyway. So abandoned house, abandoned house, scavenge slash house.png. Okay. So it's going to need a bunch of information. Tab that and that and that. And okay. So my annoyance with that is because these are obviously like random drugs. So we're gonna go to like map and like world map, and so this generates spawns. So spawns loot locations, and then we do that. Okay, so we have to like load this, and this is the scavenge location loader, which then loads scavenge locations. And scavenge locations are obviously going to have a name, an icon, which is just a handle to a string, and then a annoying loot table, which is going to be a handle to a loot. Loot table. See, this becomes its own entire separate fucking thing now. God, this is getting out of control. So we need like a struct loot table. So this needs to be an asset, derive, asset type path. So don't know what it's complaining about. There's scavenge table and it says location chance. So I think we have to make this like a different thing. It's gonna be the same shape, but it has to be its own thing. It annoys me. So the item chance, which is, I guess the item chance gets to be slightly differently because we get to say that how does it work? So we can either pull an item. Well, that's the issue, isn't it? So we can draw an item, we can choose an item, and then we can draw a table, which is just the same thing. Makes me go like, you want to split that off and then have the chances be a no, because then it, you know. So then you like draw a table and then you choose a table, which is then just a well, actually, no, like, yeah, okay, no, so we can have a so you can have a draw an item, which is then going to be a item descriptor, or you can draw a thing which is going to be a loot table, or you can choose which is then going to be a vector of combinations of. So then, yeah, this items would be a vector of item chance. Right. Don't know why this is complaining. Oh, sorry, handle to image, not handle to string. Okay. So we have a loop table, which means we need to like initialize it. So app.init assets loop table, something like that. So like app.register asset loader. Okay, so we have to rename you to scavenge table loader, and then we can have a loot table loader, like so. And then we just come down here and we just go like, I don't need to do public just struct loot table loader that is derive type path m for loot table loader, except we need to be like asset loader for loot table loader and load. And this just be like async to do. So that's the loot table loader. which is going to have type asset, which is going to be a loop table. Types error is I guess a static string, and then table settings is unit, right? So that should let that load. So now we need to make it that we can load locations. Now, the thing with the locations is that they're not really separate loop. They kind of are, but they're not. They are, but they aren't. Maybe. So getting annoying that everything is yelling at me because some things are public and some things are private. Okay, asset loader, scavenge table loader. We already finished the scavenge table loader. We need to do the scavenge location loader. So you do the weird thing. We're gonna say like let mute data equals string new. And then we're going to say underscore equals reader dot read to string mute data dot await. Okay, so then we go to here and we just say to do still. I think that should work. So so read to string. What are we doing? Right, so read a string, await, reader, data, reader. Right, so we read this, we read that, and then we get to here, and we go, okay, so what does our loop table look like again? Abandoned house location. Okay, so I have to pull so much fucking information. So again, we need to make this look like it's supposed to look, which is annoyingly going to be like dot. I guess we just go end, go here, we go here, we go on x's, yeah, comma. Do that. Do that. Do that. I don't know what that was doing. Do that. So this side, do that. Do that. Okay, so we need to go up to our little like thing up here and say that well, this needs to be a comma, and then it's location. Location. Right. So we have our name, abandoned house, we have our icon, we have this. So I'd rather have the table outside of that, but I feel like I have to have the table inside of it because it's just going to be a pain in the ass otherwise. Then I guess we should be able to do basically the same thing as the that other one. So we would then say, I guess like derive these deserialize. I'm just gonna put struct. Was it okay, location location asset or static struct. Struct. Sorry if I'm sounding a bit distracted. I've got shit going on in my personal life with people just not being able to deal with stuff at the moment, so they're messaging me, and so I'm having to sort of balance my brain of not having to stop what I'm doing to be able to deal with what they're going need help with. Yeah. So if I'm super distracted, that's because I'm responding to messages. String icon, which is also a string, and then loot, which is a, apparently I did it as an array, but it's actually a vector of string f32 u32 u32 like that, and then we go let temp equal ron from stir data dot unwrap, because I really don't care at this point. Your type is location asset. Right, so we have our location asset, and then we have this, and then we go, okay, so location asset. And we say let mute scavenge location. So your name is temp.name. Your icon is load context.load icon temp.icon, and your loop table is just an empty vector. It was specifically a vector with capacity temp dot loop dot length. Right. Vectored a pattern, found an expression. What? There? Happy? Okay. Oh, you wanna... Ah, fuck. You wanna handle to the loop table. I mean, that kind of works, but fine. The answer is fuck you. Load context dot sub load, no, add loaded labeled asset. The label for you is loot, and your loot table is loaded asset new. New. And then it's loot table. No, let's call items then. And then you get to return out. We don't even need to do this anymore. We just need to make the items thing. So we say you are then okay, like so. And then we say let mute items equals a vec with capacity temp dot loop dot len, right, like so. Then we're going to say for item in temp dot loot. Okay. Oh, my fucking nose is going crazy. So we go. Okay, we should probably like unwrap this and be like, so yeah, your item, chance, min, max. Right. So we come in here and we say that if item dot strip prefix table else. Right, so we can strip the prefix table and then that would load, and so we're going to say that you become items dot push item chance raw table, and then the item is going to be load context dot load if let sum. I think that's how that works. Yeah. Okay. So the new, and this is returns the string with the stripped off. Strip prefix foo returns sum bar. Okay. Yeah. So load format loot table / dot loot. Right. Something like that. Load context. Temp. So load context load, and then we have to pass in new. Okay, and then chance is just chance, and amount is min dot dot equals max. Why is it all called charge? Why can my brain never work? Chance, please. Chance. Okay. Right, we got a little bit left on the stream before I have to go deal with other shit. So chance. Right. So if it starts with the word table, strip the prefix table off, push it on as a table, and request loading the table. Otherwise, we say items.push item chance draw item. Then we say that the item is load context dot. I guess at some point we'd have to have like a folder called items, I guess. I mean, there's no reason it has to be loot table, so we're going to like just say load context load. I guess it's dot item, and then we say loot. slash item. I don't know. I don't want to put anything there. I want to just say that it loads the item. And then we can pass it the item. Then we can change it to format. Something like that. Okay, so then that loads that, and then it gives it the chance, and the amount is min dot dot equals max. Okay, so we have that and that, and we have that. So they're the two ways that you can load. Now at the moment, I don't think there's any way of specifying that it's an OR, which I'm going to leave as it is. No OR loops, please. I'm going to say that ORs have to pull from a different table. They have to pull from an actual loop table. Okay, so you spawn that, or you spawn an item, and you spawn the loot table dot loot. These are fucking lots of scavenge locations. Okay. So slum city, slum warehouse. Okay, so you should just load the loot table, I think. Not entirely sure how that will work. But you'll try and load a loot table if it's requesting a loot table, otherwise you'll just stick the items in. Annoyingly, it's going to still have the same issue. It's going to tell me the items don't exist, but this should mean that the scavenge locations stop complaining that they don't exist. And instead, it's just going to start throwing errors that the items in the scavenge locations don't exist, or that they're just going to fail to load, which, fair enough. Maybe we should stop calling it loot tables and just call it loot. So, you said that you missing struct field loot. Yes, so you don't like that because apparently the suburb abandoned house. So this is what a location should look like. So it should be like, hey, field, thank you. So this should be just called a field. A field, and then its icon is going to be images scavenge grass. Would be my assumption. Pretty good assumption. Grass. We'll have a look now. Yes, grass. Right, so the field location is grass. Apparently the field location is filled with random drugs. Honestly, field location can be filled with random drugs. What is their other locations? Let's just grab the other locations. So the field forest location. So scavenge. It's probably forest 0. Yep. Rename that one. Let's grab that and go forest location. Forest. Thank you. A forest. Thank you. It's also filled with random drugs. So we have our grass, scavenge, our forest location, except then we have the forest location, and we have the bin. So we have our 3 locations and need this. Okay, so when I restart this, it apparently still throws lots of errors. What are you complaining about? You're saying that location asset, you failed because something about extra comma. Okay. In which one? Locked shed location. Well, it can't be locked shed because that one was never opened. An abandoned mobile home can't be that one. Storage shed can't be that one. Hill spring can't be that one. City scavenge, abandoned building. Which one fucking panicked? Okay. Failed to load asset loot in location. Okay, so you're probably the one that is like line 4 Okay, so abandoned house. Line 4. Yes, you're missing a comma. Thank you. Are the others missing that comma? Yes, indeed they are. So we have this location and this location. Right. So it's still going to be throwing lots of errors, but you know. Right. Well, we're throwing somewhat less errors. Panicked, looting, scan, something. So what did you first position? Line 4, column 10, position. Okay, line 4, column 10. Right, because you're actually expecting it to be an array. Sorry, I forgot to turn that into an array. The trailing column. Yeah, you're expecting a map and you're finding an array. That would be very confusing for you, wouldn't it? You are the same of doing that and doing that. Like that. Like so. And then we say that maybe this is working. I just needed to stop throwing errors about trying to parse something. Okay. Path not found, abandoned mobile home. Yeah. So which one of these is the one that's failing? Abandoned house is failing because line 6. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. That none of these have fucking commas on them. Unclear why the abandoned house has an extra line, but anyway, these all need commas. Look at that. Okay. Right. Apparently we're throwing a bunch of IO errors as well. Encountered an IO error. The file name, directory, or mobile syntax is incorrect. Is it? Fair enough. I don't actually care, because I don't actually want you fucking spawning items. So, path not found. That's fine. It all seems to be working, except that either the loot tables or the items are, well, they have to be items because none of these are items. So the loot tables are apparently formatted wrong, and it's just fucking up the file explorer. Yeah, good enough. So where's like a loot? We're going to make like a loot screen, I guess, when we click scavenge. So you can say item, draw items, push, change, draw. So it's you. You are complaining, saying that loot is formatted incorrectly. So I'm just going to need you to quickly give me a little print line of what the fuck you're trying to format this into. What abomination are you trying? I don't really need to tell it to format. I can just give it the fucking string. Like that. Okay. So this all loads, this all loads. So what is it trying to load? It's apparently semicolon random. Okay, so we have to strip the prefix table, colon. So Windows doesn't like when there's a colon in the file name. That's acceptable. Acceptable, Windows. Then it's going to yell at me that fucking there's no loader for these tables. Right? No, it didn't even yell at me there's no loot table loader. Okay. So random drugs.loot. Fair enough. It's like the way we're going to work is we're just going to come here and so we kind of have to work on just like having a little bit of UI at this point, I think. So first off, do we have the buttons for the UI? Like I'm pretty sure one of these is called scavenge, right? Yeah. Right. So we have to do something to give us the ability to like click that piece of UI. So we're going to go to I have to somehow flag that piece of UI is the more annoying part of that. So it's like UI, no, screens. Okay, so these attributes, don't care about that. Common UI. So the common UI needs to flag the that little block that it spawns in. So move left, moves left, da, 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 da. Somewhere it spawns in like a little piece of UI that it says it's like, hey, this is an image node, this hexagon button not as seen gap. It's not in new. It's like underneath all this. Console no. Bottom right. Okay, so the right here has a vertical and then it has a context UI. So the common UI is going to have a struct called context UI, which is going to be where you put things. I assume. Maybe. How does this menu maker work? When we say menu maker exit, menu exists. So when I say something like menu stack, you are a menu and you have a pointer to an entity, which makes me feel like I can, I don't know if the menu builder has, when I build a menu, do you have access to the stack? Maybe. Probably not, though. Because what I was thinking is if it had access to the stack, then we could do a little bit of fanciness with it. It's probably not worth the fucking effort. I was going to make it so that we could like label it as something and then you could like open the menu later. And that would let you like effectively specialize and like state certain things. But anyway, we're going to have a pub struct context common UI. Right, and this is just a marker. I'm going to derive component on you. Right. And then this is right. And then when we say, hey, this is the label, the context UI. Can I get you to spawn BSN node flex row one? I think that's what it had. It needs like an at context UI. It has a common context common UI. Apparently that is the fucking like clone and copy and all that good stuff. Cannot find type. Isn't that how we do names? Forgotten how to do names. Not, must be hash, not at hash. There we go. All right, you need to have default. Shit. Right. Now it's yelling at me saying something about this not implementing fucking bundle. And call it a scene. There we go. Right, so that should, in theory, when we relaunch it, look the same. So let's go to here and be like, loaders working? Question mark? Mostly so that when I fuck up, I don't have to go back as far. When I do this, it should still look the same. So this is the context UI, which no longer says context UI, but is effectively context UI. Right. So inside the context UI, when we my nose. When we there are only certain maps where it's visible, like right now, the actual game. I feel like the context UI is only going to be visible when we're actually in the context UI. So we go continue. I open this and go, okay. So it's here. When we're in this menu, it's not. Okay, but some of it's, okay, so it's annoying. It might be smarter to have some kind of like spawn all the common context UI stuff in here and then like hide and unhide it based on which menu you're in, rather than trying to keep everything fucking sound. But then again, who cares? So in our context thing, we have to go here. This is the world screen. I believe this is when on enter map, open map UI, right? Which then has to go, hey, give me the common, and then we're going to say, suck. Yeah, no, I need to do it some kind of way of being like, common UI, do that, like that. If menu exists, return. Oh, it's such a gross way of doing it. Okay, so we went ID equal this, right? Well, ID, something like that. And then we want to say like menu manager dot add menu. Ooh, you have to do that right at the bottom because otherwise you'll break the builder. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna go down here and we go menu manager add menu. Right, and you're gonna be a common context and ID. We have to go to menu manager. We have to go, hey menu manager, can you like add a functionality to be like, hey, I know like I'd like to make a menu. So we can be like pub add menu. Which takes in like mute self. And also like this. And then we say like menu p and entity entity like this, and then we go self dot self dot, I think it's stack dot add menu. Right, and then we say like menu and entity, except you need to be a menu dot entity. Right, so you do that, which means that when we go to the common thing here, we can come down here and be like add menu, and then we just import menu for context UI menu, like that, and then be like scene, which is just to say I guess box no Right, that should work. And then you can just say add menu, context menu, ID. Then we don't actually need this anymore. Then we like do that. Okay, so that should then be able to stick that menu into the actual menu. And then when we come back up to here, we don't need to do any kind of fancy shit here. We can just say let sum menu equals menu builder dot open menu common what's it called? Context common menu. So if you like that, and be like else panic should have opened condition common first. Right. We just need to qualify. I just import it. Okay, so we're going to open the common context menu, which is then going to give us the menu builder open menu. Why does this not open the menu? Open or new? Okay. Do not return an op. Okay, very confusing. This is what I would consider a faulty design. So open menu should return a menu builder, not an entity, but anyway. Anyway, we're gonna say let menu equals menu builder dot open menu. Right, so now we have the menu builder, and then we should be able to, I don't know, menu dot scene BSN So we should be able to go back. Yeah, maybe it's like menu builder. Menu builder.commands. Oh, okay. Apparently you're slightly more private than the other one. Okay, whatever. Wow. Not mute, pub. Commands dot entity menu dot remove descendants despawn children, something like that. So they should clean it up if it exists, because the idea is like if the common menu is open and you somehow get back and you reopen this menu, the common menu, this menu should then like, okay, anyway, we want to say like image node image, which is then image slash UI slash menu slash scavenge.png. Look at that. Scavenge.png. What does that look like when I run this? Probably a crash, to be honest, but Like, well, it's fucking massive, which is hilarious. My assumption is that it's flex rowing somehow. Why are you consuming all of the menu? Common UI? Then you call scene. Yeah, you paste scene and you should be over the root. So if we look up common context, if we look at your children, well, you don't have any children, which is hilarious. Common UI. Okay, so you do that, so then you have a vertical, then the main node, then a horizontal, then this is the child node. You have the context UI here, which then has the child, which is this massive fuck off button, right? So my question is why I can't see your background. What about you? Can't see your background. What happened to the rest of the fucking buttons? Okay. But it's just non-existent apparently. Which is really bizarre. Alright, so we're gonna go back to world screen and go, okay, don't do any of this shit. My assumption is that it's grabbed the wrong ID. And so when I despawned the descendants, no, because they were still there. Okay, they were gone before that. Is it this that broke them then? Oh, great. Okay, so that works. So something in the concept of opening a sub menu broke it. I bet it hides everything. Right, it probably set everything to hidden. So we probably want to do something more like pub edit menu, which is going to do exactly the same thing as option menu builder, like that. And then you do exactly the same thing as this, except we say to open is stack.get is current not open hidden. So don't do this. Stack open. No. We want to say self dot open. Just copy this. All right, so you need mute self menu, which is like so. Menu into, and then you are some and that so the root element is to open. All right, so now we should be able to call edit menu. I have to go do something. I'll be back. I'm just going to double check this works before I run off. So we want to go somewhere like menu. It's in screens, world screen. So this would be edit menu. And then we should be able to turn this back on, because once we do edit menu, then you don't have to do this. So let mute menu. Okay, so we don't have to do that because we don't have to open the menu. We can just have access to the menu. This should then... Annoyingly, we still haven't worked out the fucking despawn children part of it, of like when you come back to here. Anyway. So it fills that up, which is nice. Now I want to say something like node width val percent 100, and hope that that sets the width or the height appropriate to the fucking width. It probably won't, knowing my luck, and fucking Flexbox, it never does what I think it's going to. Hey, except it did. Okay, except you need to be a Bevy feathers. Sorry, we need to turn you into something. So it's like Bevy feathers. I'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna have to wrap up the stream very soon, which is annoying, but anyway. Controls. Button. I don't know how to make a button anymore. How do I make a fucking button? Like menu builder button. How do I make a button? Ends button, like that. Okay. Something like that. Import feathers button. Your text is not text, my friend. I actually don't think I want anything under you. I just want to declare this a button so that it does buttony things. Okay, so we have the button, and then we do the button, we do the run. Okay, this should then spawn a button that I can click. Right. It looks really dumb, but yes. Okay, I hate you because we have to like be like height is just val for auto. Like that. I needed to reset its height back to auto because HEIT. Because if I don't set its height back to auto, then it buttons takes over, because for some reason buttons sets a height. Not sure why they decided that out of all the things for them to have an opinion on, it was the height of my fucking thing. Anyway. So we can now click this button, and then we want to say something like maybe FN on, or like trigger scavenge. No, what the fuck's it spelled? Scavenge. Alright, so we're going to trigger scavenge, and then we're going to go underscore on activate. Alright. We need access to a handful of things. So we're going to need the player. and actually their hex ID, their hex cell. We need the map, because we need to look up the cell that they're standing on. So res hex map, something like that. And then we're going to say loot, which is going to be a query for scavenge. Yeah, it's like scavenge location. Scav. What's it called? Why can I not find it? Map loot. Like this, it's called like scavenge locations. Scavenge locations. Right. Okay, so you need to be a reference to hex map is not a resource. Ooh. Global hex map apparently. Oh, that's annoying. Doing a loot query scavenge locations. I guess apparently that's not even accessible. Fun. You have to go back to here and be like mod. I bet you like wherever I put loot in here is it public. Excuse me. Okay. Pub mod looting. We can go here now. Can I get to it? Yes. Now we can qualify it as scavenge locations, and then we want to go here. We're going to end, and we want to go player. No, wait. Yeah. So we're going to say let cell equals map dot get tile player dot player. Reference playable player. Else can e print error player not in world map. Player not on world map. Right. So let's sum. Right, so that's our world map, and then we say let loot let okay loot equal loot dot get cell. And we're gonna say else one player tried to scavenge on a cell with no location. Okay. Okay. Return. And then also return. Right, so we get our cell, we grab our loot locations, and then we're just going to print, because I can't be bothered actually making a looting screen. So like print line, the player would be able to choose between, and then we say, right, so write that, and then we say for location in loot.0, we say print line, and then we say like location dot path dot unwrap dot path dot file stem dot to string dot unwrap. Oh god, that's fucking horrendous. Anyway, ta-da. So I'm coming up here and be like ham app dot add observer trigger scavenge. Lovely. So I mean, in theory, what this should let us do is click scavenge and scavenge location. So we hit play, and we okay. So if I click the scavenge button, it panics. Well, that's another option. Parameter global hex map doesn't exist. Resource does not exist. Wait, okay, where did I put it then? Excuse me. So when we spawn the map, where are we putting these tiles? I guess we're putting them inside of something. So somewhere where like world gen. Okay, so you have the hex map, which is the common. It's called world map. Okay. I guess we could iterate through all of the hex maps and work out like exactly where the player is fucking standing. That's an option. I guess that is an option, isn't it? So like world screen, character creation. No, it's world screen. So I guess it's query. It's gonna like maps. And this is gonna be hex map, something like that. And we say for map in maps. Let cell I guess equals, call it none, and then we say this would become cell, and then we say if let sum cell equals map dot get tile player dot okay, guess we'll call it on and be like cell equals sum on break. And then we like some cell. Right, so this just means it checks every map. There should only ever be one map. But I made my code slightly flexible because something tells me like after I get to a certain point, I want to make it so when you loot somewhere, you end up like a little sub map that you can then like move around in the sub map to go to like the buildings rather than just being told that certain buildings are there. But that seems like a lot of extra work. Anyway, it's scavenging. It goes, hey, you could the player would be able to choose between cryo facility, and then if we walk down here. And we go, okay, so if we scavenge here, it says, hey, okay, the player would be able to choose between storage shed. That doesn't seem right. Why did you only pick one item? I thought that was guaranteed to always spawn like 2. Maybe not, though. Loot table. Suburban. It spawns between 2 and 5. That is definitely 1. So the answer is fuck you. This also would be able to choose between destroyed office building. That is also only 1. Yes, you say forest, thank you. Okay, I come up here. Do I have any that can be more than 1? No. Okay, so my concern with that one is the abandoned office building part. I also want to make my plan move a little bit faster. So something tells me that here it's never rolling a number greater than 1 or something. This is item drops. Where is it we add that? Spawn locations. It's here. I'm thinking that we probably never end up spawning. That would probably help. Wait, no, that's not correct. No, yeah, that's not correct. Because that would mean that if you roll a 2, it would actually spawn 3. Anyway, I would like to print line Q. I would just like to know if you ever spawn a building greater than 1. Because my question is more, is it spawning? No. It only ever rolls 1s. Now, why does it only ever roll 1s? Can we print amount? Like this, and just be like, what are the odds that you're rolling something other than a 1? I mean, the other issue is that there's lots of forests and shit that will roll 1. They're all apparently have an odds of 1 to 1. And surely they're all forests, which means that somewhere... So when we're rolling locations, someone is not rolling the correct location. So rubble. Rubble should be rolling 2 to 4. Alright, so can we... I guess the next thing to check is to go... item.path. Unwrap.path. Then we get this. At this point, I'm just going to debug string it because it looks hideous, but also I really don't care. I just need it to tell me like what it is, because if they're all forests, then they're all forests. But for some reason, something is going wrong. I think they are all rolling. Fields also 0 to 1. Okay, so they do all appear to be forest or fields, which is all expected to be 1 is the irony of that. So kind of just need you to not. Okay. So if item.path.unwrap.path. You're a path, yeah? Yeah. Dot contains toString.unwrap.contains forest. I guess we should probably say maybe like contains what's the other one? Wow, it says forest.location and field.location. What's the other one? Abandoned house. Wait a second, each of those are guaranteed to only have 1 roll. Because that's the loop that it's trying to roll, which is between 0 and 1. Alright, because each of these, an abandoned house, it's saying that is the loop that it's rolling. which is to say the suburb has a 0 to 1 with a 30% chance? The answer apparently is it never once tried to roll an abandoned house. Okay. So all right. My question is, why are you doing this? Look. So this is after we roll each location. Initial locations. So do any of these locations so the suburban house, I think, is not okay. So what I need to do, I guess, is roll out and be like, what the fuck is the suburban house doing? So I'm gonna be like, cut you and go, okay. So this is locations. The vector of handle to scavenge location. So we want to paste it like here and say location they're all ones. I guess maybe is that what the problem is that because of how I've done this, you pull a rubble and you roll 1 to 4 rubble, but when it converts that, it somehow loses that it's doing that. No, so it's rolling into an ore, which means that the choose is the only one that's allowed to. I think that means that the choose needs to have additional locations. So I think that's what's happening. Is that when we hit the choose, the choose also needs a like an amount. Right. You go something like that, and then you'd be like chance F32 and amount, which is then like a core ops range inclusive E32. Then when we go and track down the error where it says, hey, I can't do that because this is the wrong type. If temp sub get, right, which means that you still get to do that, but then you say choose, and then you're going to say items. Chance is val dot 1, and amount is val dot 2 dot dot val dot 3. Right. So now we actually pass that information down, which means when we come to here, we can say items, chance, and amount. Right, and then we go da 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 da. And we go, okay, so if RNG dot randomable 1 minus chance continue. As F64. Right. So we say if the random number will continue, I'm just inverting it because otherwise I have to wrap all this shit inside of it. Then we're going to go here and we go here and we go, okay. So we've rolled a success and then we go for, let Q equals RNG dot random range amount dot clone. Right, and then we say for underscore in 0 dot dot Q. Put all of this in here and do that. Okay, and then this is items. So this will break that loop, but then so what this is doing now is it's saying that when you get to choose, the choose gives you a chance. So if you roll the chance on the choose, right, we then randomly pick the number of the items, and then we say for 0 in Q, and then we run through each of these. So I think what was happening before is I was effectively saying that like you weren't, if it was using a sub thing, it wasn't allowed to pick more than one of the sub thing. So it was effectively going, oh, I'm picking from one of these 5 and then rolling it again. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. Anyway, apparently there's an error somewhere. Where is it? Like up here. Right. So you still need to have the odds somewhere. When you get to the end here, you're going to write format f dot write format args, which is then just going to be by which is then items chance amount. Items and then you would be chance and then amount dot into inner. Nope. Then we're just gonna like do that. Let I equal amount dot clone dot into inner. And we just say I dot 0 I dot 1 argument is never used here, so Right. So that should fix the debug printing when I ever use that again. Maybe. Oh god. It's getting a little out of control. Alright, so when I hit scavenge on you, there's the one building. But when I come over here, there should be 2 buildings. Yay! Okay. There's a storage shed and a locked shed, and then the forest is obviously going to have like 1 building unless I get extremely lucky. This plan has literally nothing, as it warns me. And then I go up to here and I go, okay, you should have 2. You come over here and go like, you have 2? Okay. I'm a little bit concerned that we still only have 2. We've not found a 3. Whoa. That's concerning because you should be able to roll up to like 5 or something. That worries me purely because the odds of rolling. Why can I not move here? Okay. I guess the big thing to do would be to go. Oh no, there you go. That one has 4 buildings, so destroyed office building, crumbled apartment, crumbled apartment. Do find a little bit odd that it rolled the numbers twice, but yeah. Just gonna double check that I set the RNG right at the beginning. Yeah. So it's not like I'm accidentally like resetting the RNG and therefore rolling maybe building multiple times. Lovely. We can go over here and be like scavenge. Crumbled office building, yep. Apartment building and some storage shed. Okay, so I guess next time we will implement first off, it's annoying me so much, I'm just gonna fix it right now, that I can zoom indefinitely and unzoom indefinitely. So we just need to say wherever the fuck we do that. There's probably like I have no idea. Hex camera, zoom camera. Can we say orth.scale equals orth.scale dot clamp between like 0.01 and say like 5. Arbitrary numbers. I just want to see how far in I can zoom and how far out I can zoom. Mostly, I'm just getting annoyed that I can zoom in indefinitely. Partly because we're doing fractional zooming means that as you zoom in, so I'd say that's a pretty decent max zoomed out. You can almost see the entire map, but not quite. Okay, you definitely need to be reduced. I'm thinking maybe 0.1. Because 0.1 should, in theory, be like 10 times closer. Even that might be too much because it's 1 times the scroll times 0.5. So multiplied by it, so 5% zoom each time. So, oh, I nailed that one. All right. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we'll add a menu tomorrow or whenever I stream next. That'll like open up when you scavenge somewhere, I guess, and like let you do something. I assume. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in. I will